All right, and we are live. Yeah, a bit of an impromptu live stream, I guess you could say. um, so, welcome everyone. For those joining, I am Thalstan, a Elven Knight Errant VTuber, and I kind of inadvertently issued myself a challenge to get done by Friday. And it's been something I've been wanting to get back into for a while. So it's basically, well, putting paint to plastic. So, hope everyone's having a wonderful morning, afternoon, or night. And yeah, tonight we're gonna be painting a lot of green, a lot of green. Also, just as a note, there won't be a live stream on Friday, at least, because I do have other plans, and these guys are partly related to said plans. So that's that's part of it. But yeah, so yeah, we're just gonna get back to, well, I'm gonna, well, pick up where I left off, but basically let you guys in on how I do sort of, well, me getting back into this hobby, I guess. So obviously, what I've already done, like I've magnetized the bases, I've put these guys on, well, Keurig pods of all things, to use as handles. Primed them in Mechanica Standard Gray and painted one coat of Caliban so far, just to make sure that, you know, my paints actually, whoop, good thing it's closed. Paints do indeed work. But yeah, it's definitely a lot more paint being used to get to this point than I recall with the like Space Marines I did years ago. But then again, I did lead belcher spray and then painted silver on top of that. So it's one of those type of scenarios, going from gray to a green. Let's see. Yeah, because doing a little bit of trial by error here, or trial by fire, trial and error. I guess it might be more appropriate. But yeah, because these are the guys from the Scouring Sands box, so I am painting them up as okay, I think I'll need to let's redo the base on this guy. This guy was a little, this blue tack is a bit old. It's like, it is an older bit of blue tack. So it so far has been holding up okay, but I might need to sooner rather than later switch to some newer stuff. And hopefully, yeah, just nice bit of pressure there. There we go. Generally, you want to put pressure on the base, not the miniature. A little hard with the tank. A little hard with this tank. All right, there we go. Okay. Yeah, so I'm thinking, do I do a second coat of Caliban on these guys? Because, I mean, it's ultimately, they're going to be more this green. Like, this Caliban's going to be the dark color. So we might just switch to Warpstone Glow, but I do think we might want to try a, let's see if we try a shade. I'm thinking either Agrax or Reichland, because these, obviously, well, Scouring Sands is set on a more like a deserty or arid type of planet, so having that being more of a brown rather than a black might be better. So we can give let's give Reichland Flesh Shade a shot. I did shake this up quite thoroughly beforehand. Actually, you know what? Let's do that again, because some of these paints are a little on the older side as well. So let's try this, and I'll try doing a recess shade on it, as opposed to just a slop it all over. And the reason is because, well, the let's see, how's that? Let's just grab a few bits of that, put it onto our palette here. There we go. Try not to have too much on the brush. And let's try this. Ooh. And try to have a steady hand. Because if we're doing a recess shade, right, we're gonna want to I guess we couldn't like patch up afterwards with Caliban if we want to keep some of that darker green. Let's see here. I mean, Reichland seems to be doing okay. I'm not sure how much different it'd be compared to, say, Agrax. Yeah, we're definitely a bit on the wide with the regiment brush here. So we'll have to do a little bit of touch up. Let's see here. That. I mean, in there is gonna be where the the cockpit glass for this guy is going to be, because it's a tank. It's where they've aimed to put it. Although we do have some spots that are gonna be painted black. Wonder if maybe I should have done that beforehand. But then again, like the green sort of recipe here is a bit, I'd say, more on the messier side. So we'll try this first on a couple of these guys. We'll see what whether or not it's worth pursuing. Like I said, there's going to be a little bit of trial and error here. Yeah, spots like that, we're going to have to. Honestly, at least with the shade paint, it's been staying pretty good on the brush. We're flowing out nicely. Yeah, just try to get in under there, under the turret. A little bit of spot there. Yeah, just let's see. I kind of want to aim. Maybe I should do this with a finer brush. Yeah, maybe I should be. That yeah, some of these spots might be more detail rather than regiment. Of course, my shaky is all heck hand right now. Guess I had too much caffeine today. That's one way. You know what? That is sort of gave me a little bit of the effect I actually like wouldn't mind for weathering almost. Almost. Yeah, we're obviously back here. We're gonna have to do some stuff. Just yeah, let's continue with this sort of brush. Oh, yeah, okay. Just trying to make sure it's showing at least okay in the camera. Let's see that over there. Because there's even kind of like yeah, these spots here. Yeah, it's I get why you would, a lot of people would prefer to do like a full on whatchamacallit, just coat the thing, but in doing that you do have to wait like 40 some odd minutes for it to all dry. So it's this way should be a little, yeah, this part probably is going to end up getting redone. I think with the yeah, maybe I should do I have the reference art on hand, or did I put the box? Yeah, I put the box way over there. I should maybe grab the reference art here. Yeah, just 1 second while I do that. Be right back. That okay, let me grab that box. And I will put it somewhere so I can see what we're trying to accomplish. Let's see. Let's put it. Yeah, there. That'll do. That will do. Okay. Yeah, because usually like on the tanks, like here and here is gonna be black. So me going a little like doing that maybe was a little, at least from here down, was maybe a little excessive. Okay. Yeah, I figure I try to do like get the green built up before we get into some of the other colors. With that, I would like to try to keep some of the Caliban, at least in like the sort of more darker recesses, or at least, well, in theory. I am obviously putting a bit of Reichland there, but let's see. I just running along there, and we'll like I said, clean it up. Yeah, because in this case we are using Games Workshop colors, but then again, those are the colors I got to work with at the moment, so I will be trying to make good use of them. I think there'll be, yeah, there's gonna be some spots we're gonna have to clean up, but that's sort of expected. So we try to get this area all painted up. Since this turret can pivot, gonna also do this. Couple spots like that. Yeah, I'm gonna try it. Let's see with the a more detail brush. See if I can get a better result. So just put that there. Let's see. Where is this one? Is nope. We do not need the Psycho. Have the army painter brushes here. No, we don't need insane detail. I don't think character's right choice either. Yeah, sorry. Just need to adjust. There we go. Is this one the detail? Yes. Okay. So let's try with this one. Let's try with this, see if we can get a bit of a cleaner outcome. Yeah, that's better. We're getting back. Definitely a little bit of a well, relearning this stuff. Yeah, the this size of brush is, I think, a little better for us. It's finer. Gonna better get into the spots we need. So again, I think that's gonna end up being black. So we maybe maybe I should have base coated these guys before doing any of the shade stuff, but that's I don't expect this green to be quick to paint either. Yeah, I did do it in there, yeah. Okay. Now we definitely have. But yeah, you could definitely do like a more some more aggressive shade process, but you would be also like drawing for a lot longer. um, just make sure I got enough. Make sure I got enough of this to work with. Then up along the top here, kind of one spot there. There. That's going to be gunmetal, but we could probably no, because that get painted over actually. Because on the tanks, yeah, these portions here would be gunmetal or black. We could also apply the same uh, shade in the recesses for the black too. Be more of a warmer shade though. Only reason being because the ground is gonna be, you know, a warmer color. At least for these guys. Let's see. Okay. I mean, that's not too bad. I mean, there probably is gonna be some touch up. Some touch up involved, but let's see. Trying to grab this without. Okay, do that. Around the guns. Of course, there's a spot that I did miss quite heavily there, didn't I? Okay, so I might need to do a second coat of Caliban on this guy, at least. Actually, before I do too much more of this, I should maybe... Okay, so we'll do the Locust, but I think after this we'll try doing the Warpstone Glow and that on the tanks, just to see how much we end up keeping, if we're careful. Because, yeah, no point doing all this work if it's gonna end up getting reset on us. Yeah, because we'd have to be, like, really careful. And one of the, yeah, just a bit under there. Really just any spot that's, yeah, some of these would be mechanical, like on the legs. I believe would be mechanical. Might have to look at the unit cards as well. The unit cards tend to have a decent, I notice there's like some differences between the unit cards, like on the this little guy here. Actually, let me just better show it. This little guy here, for instance, like the left and right torso here. So not the center, but this side and this side, where these two little bits are. They have that as black on the unit card rather than on the box art. So there is definitely room for interpretation. Just maneuver stuff about. I'll just try to. Oh, oh! I saw something change. No, it is just a background on my PC. I guess a little after 7 is when my particular Windows system decides it's okay to change the background to something else. Yeah, because I think this is going to be all, yeah, that's all going to be silver mechanical as well. Or well, I say silver. I'm probably gonna do more like a gray, like a lighter gray. Yeah, it's we might be doing this a little inefficiently. But that that is indeed a it happens. Yeah, I do have yeah, because we'd be doing a bit there. This part I know will be green. Yeah, because the only reason why I don't really want to block in the other colors just yet is because of well, just how much green we're gonna be painting. It's easier for us to, do all the green first and then do the rest. But oop, okay, that. Do a bit here. Rotate and pivot this thing. So we're gonna be doing a lot of that. Yeah, a lot of yes, I do understand why some people would prefer like not to like slap chop. Even if it's not my goal. Do that. Although that's probably gonna be all, at least this part, and this part's gonna be gunmetal, I would assume. Okay, so I think, yeah, let's switch gears here. We'll start trying to get some of the lighter green on the those two little tanks, because I think we do want to see where it's gonna go first before. See, is that gonna be a fine enough brush? Yeah, I think it's gonna be. Of course, gotta shake this paint quite a bit. And I'm imagining that's getting picked up on the mic. So yeah. Now I know this tends to be quite thin. Quite a thin paint of Games Workshop's. Yeah. Jeez. Come on. There we go. Now, this tends to be quite a thin paint for what we're gonna be doing here. So grab a couple dollops of that. Do that. Just checking on the palette here. Okay, so I'm hoping that's good. And with this, oh. Okay, and with this, assuming I'm not klutz with it, we're gonna try and sort of paint like this. And hope that, where the paint is at its highest, we'll have the most color. And I think we'll try avoiding the spots we intend to have black. Just paint by numbers. I was trying to push the paint towards the raised Although, like, light-wise, this would be more... Well, it is got a slight down slant. It does have a slight down slant. Yeah, it's... In some cases, it's just easier to paint a little differently here. Because here it's easier just to paint in like that. At least paint in a way where the most paint is deposited. Don't know if that's generally the end or the start. Well, we'll see how this guy, this first coat dries. Because we probably will have to do a couple. Just to get like a smooth coat. Hey, chums, how are you doing? Let's see, just do that. Oh, let me try to keep this in the middle of the frame. Let's see, do this. There. And judging by... Yeah, I think this part here is intended to be green. I'll try to have the most paint kind of along the top. Sort of like that, let's say. Complicated, but fine. That's and of course, for me, today is a bit, obviously a bit unusual. Because, yeah, trying to get some of my painting backlog done before Friday, so figured I'd show some of that, or at least try to show some of that off on stream tonight. Let's see. Yeah, this is why I was wanting to do like the black kind of last. Because there's gonna be spots that we have to get in here with green that aren't gonna take too well to... The fact that we're kind of trying to paint around it. And even like around here, I think that spot there needs to be green. Don't really know about behind, but on this guy, but let's... Okay, yeah, just keep... I am, of course, glancing over at a reference that's over this way, so... Yeah, wonder why I'm looking over that way. Yeah, because there's a couple of spots here that would be green. Just try to get more of my light green on the brush. Although, don't really have a fine point on this. Should try to rotate it a little bit, just so we can get a bit of a point. Let's see, because this part here will be black. So let's try to be a little more deliberate with our color here. That, get a drop of water in there. Mind you, that might be... I might have just watered it down a bit too much. Let's grab a bit more paint in there, in the mix. And just Okay, that seems to be good. Might have accidentally gotten a bit too much on the feral there, but yeah, it's moving a bit more smoother. Well, more smoothly, but I think it might be just a glaze consistency now. Trying to avoid getting into that recess, but sure, let's hit around that here. This spot here. Yeah, it's I kind of suspected that this would be quite a thin paint to begin with. Yeah, it's this is gonna be a challenge. Okay. So we'll focus on just painting out the tanks with the green right now to start with. We'll get that built up because chances are by the time we get the green blocked in on, yeah, obviously if we're not careful, we do end up losing the bit of work we did on the recesses. Oh, let's try to get this more in frame. So yeah, it's trying to get these guys done. I'm hoping before Friday, because me and a couple of buddies are going to at least play our first campaign mission in the Scouring Sands box. So it's expect we're gonna have a lot of fun doing that. It's just I'd like to try and get some of my painting backlog done too. So it's a roundabout way to get some motivation to get these painted up. Yeah, it's a because yeah, it's, one of the things I do want to do with this though is like build up the green more towards like the upper portions of the panels. That way, it gives the impression that light is hitting higher up. But we'll see how that works. Because this is indeed going to be at least a couple of coats. Hoping that portion there is green. Because we are indeed building that up. So this is oh yes, of course the turret on this is going to move, which is I'm sure going to cause me some headache sooner or later. Okay, so these tend to be black as well. I don't really know about this like panel here. Like back here, I think those panels are green. We know there's a couple spots here on the side that appear to be green. So we'll try and yeah, this here. Here. Okay, so that this little bit's green as well. All right. Of course, the turret is gonna move. Of course. All right. Yeah, because that's gonna that's gonna take a couple of cuts. That is for certain. Because this is more like yellow green is what we'd be building up to. Yeah, like even like Like the problem, sure, like we could do like higher up on the panels now, but even then, I'm not so sure that would be necessarily getting us the results we want, because it's not like a like it is very patchy, right? Like it's a very patchy, like not a very smooth covering. So I think we do have to. Like we could incorporate like say Caliban green into the mix, and once we get Warpstone Glow up to speed, like we could introduce Caliban green back in towards the bottom of the panels in more of a glaze consistency. That might be what we have to do. Because otherwise, yeah, we're gonna. Yeah, the way I was thinking it would work might. I don't think quite is quite going to do what we want it to do. So, all right, that is fine. We can work with that. And now that we know that, like we can adjust our strategy too. Because yeah, it's we're gonna be definitely working towards. Oh, and there's some spots along here that we didn't really get. Yeah, because knew going in that Warpstone Glow is gonna be a pain in the rear to paint with, but so that's not a surprise, but it's we're starting to get the green we want. I think like Moot Green will definitely push it more towards yellow. We might want to have like a bit of yellow um in the green at some point as well. Just because well, that would get us our more like yellow green sort of setup here. Just try to get our point back. Get a bit more paint. Yeah, because if we water it down, it's gonna approach a glaze much quicker. And in part, like this sort of property is something I have kind of wanted to play around with a little with the layering. Just to sort of see what we can accomplish with that. As weird as that might sound. Yeah, I believe we've been painting these green as well. So yeah, it's like I said, we're gonna be doing a lot of painting green today. Yeah, a lot. But it's I think it's gonna look good in the end. Just gotta get it just gotta get her done. Okay. So that's more or less a second coat of green on him. The only actually, since I haven't painted. Okay, so this one actually, like its turret's definitely not wanting to go. Okay. That is fine by me. Because this guy, yeah, we didn't really paint around here very well, did we? Because again, turret moves. Do this, get a bit more paint on there, build up the color, which is basically what our goal is. I'll have to like do a new recess shade, but I'm hoping I didn't overdo on the like there's some sort of triangular markings here. I'm hoping I didn't accidentally apply too heavy of a paint on when using the Caliban green on that spot. Because that not particularly great if I ended up doing that. But let's do this. Just get a bit more. Get a little bit of water in there just to slightly thin it down. Slightly. I think I probably need more warp stone on our dry palette. Although I'm, jeez, letting paint get too close to the ferrule. That's not good actually. Yeah, it's not. That's not good. I'm gonna have to fix that. We'll get this paint applied first. Of our particular green trio. Hoping we keep that. Yeah, it's like I said, it's been well, it's been a few years since I last picked up a paintbrush, so it's going to be a bit tricky. Or I say tricky, but a little bit of trial by error here. So knowing full well I might accidentally screw something up here, but then again, we should be able to easy enough fix it. And of course, the back. Yeah, this turret's definitely not set in. Definitely not set in stone with its positioning. Okay. Just get that. Oop. Yeah, we got some on that turret, but we'll paint that its proper color soon. Probably need to do under here. And around here for sure. Okay. That trying to, okay. So that's sort of what we're after. Just need to get the paint out of the ferrule of this brush though. Because that's not good. That's one of the places you don't want paint getting in. So there. So with that, let's try getting paint on this locust. We know that part there is going to be the cockpit glass. So we'll paint around that. And wouldn't mind keeping like the Caliban green on the underside. Because it's a darker green, right? So I don't think that'll be really a, jeez, the tip. Not great. There we go. That's what we want. Yeah, because I think once we get the green painted up here, not so sure if that part there is green or black on this little guy. This part here obviously is going to be green. And that'll probably end up being also a bit more of our moot green, which is going to be the lightest green I think we'll go with on this guy. But yeah, like I was saying, like this is going to be a messy um, setup here. Do that, get a little bit of water in the mix. On our dry pellet. Okay. Trying to just get myself a nice fine tip. Easier said than done, apparently, unfortunately. Yeah, because usually like twisting the brush a bit would help with that. Yeah, did I put too much paint there? Might have. I mean, that almost looks like black on the, like these little bits here look to be green. That here I think is green on this guy. I mean, we can always fix it up later, so. But look at this green, at least while it's wet. It does look a bit like the Ninja Turtles sort of green. Hey, chums again. And hey, Belle. How are you doing? That's sorry if I was a little too focused on painting this guy. So, of course, trying to figure out what parts are supposed to be what color here. I believe that is supposed to be the green. The feet, the toes definitely are green. Okay. Now this little bit on the back is looks to be black, so we're I'm hoping we're on the right track with painting this guy up. Oh wait. Doing good. Just trying to get some paint on these minis before well, Friday. So it's evidently set a goal that I'm going to see how likely it is for me to accomplish. But yeah, it's like painting these minis though. There's definitely a lots of little details that I have to paint around. Because that portion, yeah, it's and also making sure I actually hit all the spots. That's gonna be a thing. So that I'm going to guess like this part here is green. There's part on the legs that are gonna have to, they're gonna be Mechanicus. Well, I say Mechanicus, but like silver. So I'm gonna assume. Oh, I might mind you that is underneath, so we might not necessarily want to paint all of that green. Oh, uh, yeah, a couple of friends are gonna finally start the well, the Aces Boxes campaign. So it's gonna be a lot of fun. Yeah, it's a couple months ago. I did kind of host a little demonstration game for them just to see if it's something that they wanted to do. And yep, in BattleTech, Alpha Strike mainly. Like it'll be the Alpha Strike rule set, not classic BattleTech's rule set, but yeah, it's using the Scarring Sands Aces box, which is what these guys are from. So going to be it's going to be interesting. But I think everyone's gonna have a good deal of fun. So it's because yes, yeah, it's for my particular group, especially with some not being too familiar with tabletop war games. It's probably one of the better systems for them. Um, okay, so yeah, like in the um, basically, let me just bring out the box. So it's basically the campaign in this box here. So the rules as written, they assume that the player side is a mercenary company, and the minis are in this box, and the bad guys basically are Jade Falcon, and they're basically the opponents. So because with aces, you use they have cards for you to dictate how they're going to behave on the battlefield. So it's not a PvP campaign; it is more a co-op. So it's a co-op campaign instead. So that's and I think that is probably a good start for us. Yeah, but I've seen some of the other like campaign books and that like hotspots geez hinterlands. Like I read through that book recently, and it'd be interesting to do a campaign like that. But it'd be I would yes, you know, it's but with our group, with most of them being very new to BattleTech, a more cooperative starting point is, I think, better for us as a whole. So I'm trying to figure out what parts are what on the locust here. So it looks like okay. So the bulk of that portion looks to be black. The barrel, I guess, looks to be green, just from what I'm looking at here. I know you can't quite see it. Um, yeah. So like this portion here, actually, this portion here might be black as well. Oops. Here, I think is definitely green. So yeah, we're like I said, trying to make an effort to get these guys painted up. And also my first time really painting with Warpstone Glow. Mech Factory. No, I haven't. Yeah, no, I haven't checked that out because that was one you were saying for it was for hex maps, was it not? For generating hex maps for BattleTech. If I'm recalling correctly. Because like there's a Mech Lab, but that's more for a game like unit lists for games. Let's see. I'm just trying to see where else I need to like apply a bit of green. Oh no. Oh, it's also Ralph Strike. Okay. Yeah, no, haven't taken a look at it yet. Sorry, just okay, so those, yeah, those look to be green, or at least to reflection, it is green. Okay. Yeah, we'll once we get the green like painted on here, we will see what actually needs to be green or not, I guess, because yeah, it's because we know the feet. I think some of this is possibly going to be like a mechanical as well. Or, well, I say mechanical, but like metallic. But yeah, these little pistons will paint in the green for now and see how that looks. Let's see. Do I have enough paint on the brush? Okay, I do. Good. Uh, this over here. Okay. Gonna have to get more greening ear to ear. Yes. Yeah. No, it's but okay, very powerful app. Okay. Yeah, it's no, I've we've been focusing one thing at a time. But I will say, like, trying to organize a like a campaign is definitely it definitely is tricky. Um, especially like with my particular group of friends, we're pretty like we're not really gonna be able to do it like once a week. This is gonna be more like a once a month type of dealio. So we're it's definitely a long it's gonna be a long while before we get through it entirely, but or the Aces campaign, I should say. But and getting things organized too has been a challenge. We're making our way through. We're like I said, what once we start actually playing the campaign, I think things will go a lot smoother. But it's just getting to that point. I think is the hard part for really most groups. Because I often hear like with D&D side of things, just the you know not being able to get schedule the time to play and stuff like or people not necessarily making the time to do a campaign and that sort of thing. So it's going to be like I said, I think it's going to be a lot of fun. It's just us getting to that point is going to be the tricky part. Goodness. Yeah, just trying to get in back here because this is going to be fairly well lit up, I think. Let's see. Yeah, I was planning on having that be like Caliban green, but as a gradient, but maybe we'll paint that up to be brighter, and then if we want it more of a shade, we can do that later. Because, yeah, it's going to take a couple of coats for us to get a bright warpstone glow there. Let's see. How else can I at least confirm that I'm painting the right spots on this guy? Just trying to, like I said, recreate the box art. Let me grab the unit cards. Let me try grabbing the unit cards here again. Because I did have them out earlier. Oop. Yeah, it's that's the Marauder, Thunderbolt. Okay, yeah, then we get into the token ones. Okay, all right, awesome. All right, so we've been, let's see, because I don't want to get paint on these either. So how about I set them somewhere near, but yeah, we've been mostly focusing on these three right now. So what does that tell us? Let's take a look. So, on our Little DB Locust. Yeah, so at least this design, they made like this little spot here and here as the black. There, yeah, mechanical. So this whole upper leg section being green. And then this whole upper body, except for like that panel there and there being black. That there's green, that there's green. This whole barrel. Ah, okay. So the whole barrel is gunmetal. And we basically have to go to almost moot green just to get to this color, don't we? Yeah, that's yeah, because we use Caliban as an intermediary to get up to a better warp stone, but like this is just green wise, it looks oh yeah. Yeah, it's we're still like I said, quite early in our BattleTech endeavors. Let's see if we can get that there. A little bit of water there just so I can get it just to get it yeah, my ability to get a nice fine tip with this brush is a little troublesome. But hopefully, and we'll have to redo the sort of whatchamacallit, inner sort of color that we were trying to work like the recess shade that I was trying to work on there, but I'll have to redo that. But it's so it's gonna be a bit tricky trying to get our colors blocked in here. Oh, I completely missed like over here. Yes, the joys of trying to put paint to plastic. Yeah, their size is more in scale with the TGE classic bout. Yeah, so more TGE, as in like the ah the total warfare side of things. Jeez, trying to recall, just recall what I don't think I've heard like TGE really used. Okay, one of the dropships is the overload dropship. Okay. Well, man, I'm still kind of new with a lot of the lore too, so I may not know exactly the like who's who in that respect. At least not the more the finer stuffs. Jeez. I have a bad habit of getting the paint a little too far up the brush here. Okay. I'm just trying to at least get every spot on here. But what? Yeah, you know what? For now, let's paint this portion here green. Just let's get some paint on that. We're gonna have to go over this guy with second coat. But if we can get okay, so it looks like I need to get some more warpstone glow on my palette as well. Yeah, the what? I'll just shake this up a bit more too. Yeah, yeah, the battle packs now add helicopters. Yep, tanks, hovercraft. Yes, and specialized trucks that can be used in Alpha Strike. Yeah, yeah. No, I saw a couple of those. I because I have looked at like some of the other battle packs out there. Yeah, because they are getting more into the combined arms, like with the where are these guys? Fulcrum, heavy hover tanks. So yeah, at least from what I've learned so far, but This is still the, yeah, this is still the regiment brush. Yeah. Just double checking now. It's got the right brush there. Put a little bit of water in the mix, just to make it flow a little better. Hopefully. And yeah, is like these panels here we missed. I might have a bad feeling I might have turned this into a glaze by accident. Very easy to do with this paint, I believe. Yeah, it's looking quite watery. Like it flows off the brush nice, it's just can't be very watery. Okay. Yeah, because like I said a couple times, Warpstone Glow is a very thin green paint of Games Workshop's, so it's going to not be the it's not the happiest of paints when watered down. Just try to get a little bit more in there around the waist of this guy. And I think we'll put a little on the underside of him too. uh no, it's Ill Clan era. The Skyrim Sands Aces box is like it's set in Ill Clan. So that's that much is a thing. So it's might play around with the other eras another time, but yeah, because this like that is gonna be black. That's gonna be cockpit color. That okay, so there's gonna be some more like black in around there. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So you'll be clanning around. Well, we'll be taking pot shots at some falcons this weekend. Let's play it that way. Doing some bird hunting. Let's try to get a bit more this on the brush, and let's try to get some of the howler painted here, because I hmm, yeah, I think let me grab the howler card here just so I know what parts it's probably going to be green on. Yeah, so it's gonna be green around here. See what you're gunning for. Yes. Oh, that okay. That part there is gonna be silver, so I probably should avoid painting that. The hands here, those are gonna be green. Yeah, so the at least with painting these guys, the goal is to try to paint them up as the Epsilon Galaxy of Jade Falcon. So in Aces, the Op 4, or at least Skyrim Sands' box, the Op 4 are effectively, well, Clan Jade Falcon of the Epsilon Galaxy. So they're admittedly the ones that got left behind, left behind when Jade Falcon decided to rush Terra. So that's at least the story I know of them so far. This must be very painful for you. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been doing some painting, but yeah, like this yeah, the green, which is basically my goal for tonight to get it done, um, is gonna perhaps take a while. Cause yeah, it's this I need to find a way I can get at that arm. Yeah, it's trying to find a way to paint that. Okay, over here, I believe we want that green. Uh, so cockpit glass. Oh, they actually put green for this little bit here. Okay. So we'll paint around there as green. Because since that's black on that portion, I'm assuming this part here is going to be green just because the just how mirrored this little guy seems to be. And around this portion is going to be green, I bet. Or at least I'm designating it as green. That's because to do like a dry brush at least of this green, that would be I think that'd be a bit of a tricky thing for this. Here I believe is going to be green. There are spots I haven't quite reached underneath here. That's probably going to be green. So that uh, that. Boy, that's yeah, that's gonna be this is definitely this is definitely a challenge. This particular color. Let's grab a bit more bit, put on the palette. Okay, so we got some water on there still, so that's it's probably the consistency I want. Yes. Yeah, you know what? Let's just we will clean up the spots that aren't supposed to be green later. We'll just this is what I was kind of concerned about with going with the lighter green. Did some Caliban green to help hopefully help speed this up, but then again, I'm not so sure it's that much different than Mechanicus gray in how much it's gonna help. So we'll see. Uh, yeah, because we do need it to read more yellow green rather than this sort of green as well. So okay, if we're doing that, let's switch to a slightly larger brush. Oh yeah, 2 a.m. your time. Yeah, all right. You have a good evening, Belle. Enjoy your trip in Europe. Okay, so let's grab a bit more of a yeah, this guy. The reason more paint that we can actually apply here. Okay, so it was I'm lacking a fair bit of paint on the palette. Let's try to get a couple of dollops on the palette. Now then, let's try and get this guy painted up without creating some serious problems. Yeah, because it's one of those paints that is just very difficult to get a good it takes a couple of coats for us to get to where we need to be with it. Just along the front there. I said we'll fix this up when we get some more finer details. And this is technically my first time painting at this scale. So it's, or at least a BattleTech scale. So it's going to be interesting, because I wouldn't mind trying to do some freehand. But I imagine it's going to be a fair bit more difficult to accomplish, or at least more abstractions going to be needed for it to work out. And we need to get some paint on the top of that. And just with the way some of these guys are assembled here, like it is definitely difficult to get like a brush into certain spots. I will admit that. I don't seem to recall having as much of that with Games Workshop. We'll just clean that up. Okay. Yeah, it's ignore the pleasure majors as you brush them off. Yes. Yes, we are trying to at least want to try to get the green done on these four. I think let's we might be lowering the bar gradually over the course of the evening here, but like I do want to see how we can get do want to see this get close to done. Okay, that we'll just do that just to get a little bit of water in there. Okay. Jeez, that's yeah, just the way it's bunched up there. Okay. So let's try this. Layer it up a bit. Because we are getting close to having a consistent coat here. So that's good for us. There's still a little bit of patchiness, at least from what I can tell. Yeah, it's one of those things where we may just need to be trusting the process here. As long as we haven't obscured details on these. Because they are definitely like thinner. Like in there, we need to kind of get at. It's gotta be mostly shadow there, but because we do need to start sort of once we get a good base of this, start putting in the moot green, which is gonna be our one of our brightest greens. Along here, let's try to get that locked in, especially like towards the nope. I think we were missing out on some spots over here. Yes. I think we'll do this. We might, yeah, like I said, we might do a like a little bit of Caliban green, like as a glaze, but I think we need to build up our green first before we can do that. Let's just try to move this turret around a little bit so we can paint around it. Okay. Next next one here. Get some paint on the brush. I'll just get this guy painted up more. Yeah, so yeah, it's definitely we're not quite at the point where we could do a tutorial on this. First off, we need to figure out how to get it done first. And then depending on what works, what doesn't, we'll who knows? We'll see where that goes. But I do worry a little bit that maybe I'm applying paint a little thickly for these type of models, but I think so far we're doing all right. Don't think I butchered it that too badly yet. Jeez. But yeah, it's I was trying to think like for like the starter box, like how I was gonna paint those minis. And I wasn't really sure how I was wanting to approach it. Um and I think a lot of that just stems from like I wasn't necessarily planning on doing like a known force. So having to figure out the color scheme on my own, that sort of thing, that ended up perhaps being a bit too much. Too much for me to do. And that's just more because uh, more due to the fact that it's just analysis paralysis, right? When you have a lot of options, it's becomes very difficult for you to sometimes just pick a lane and go. So it's that's been part of my problem with trying to get back into painting. So hopefully these Jade Falcons will be the start of me getting back into that as a hobby. Because yeah, outside of a few Space Marines, I don't have a huge amount of experience with paint just yet. Like I know before I kind of stopped a couple of years ago, I was aiming to try and learn stuff like wet blending and that, but I perhaps was trying to do a few too many things at once, and that arguably scared me off, which it's not great. Because with some of these too, like we're gonna be like parts like this, like is the like it's hard to sort of visualize what where things are going. Sometimes when you're looking at a color that doesn't even look like what you picture the final product. So we're working our way up, and like I said, we'll block out which patches we want black. I think later. Just yeah. So this portion here was definitely more glaze consistency, and up top here. And I think if we want to do like sorry to bring in like a darker green, like say with Caliban green, we'll kind of apply that like as a glaze rather than do it the way we did there. Holy smokes. Either I'm not putting enough warpstone glow on my palette here. Let's see if we can reactivate some of it with my brush, or like just putting some water on the palette here. Sometimes you can get away with that, but I think more likely is just gonna we're just gonna end up having a lot of glaze. More of a glaze here than a Let's see. Yeah, that might be... Let's just grab another glob. Do that. Okay, I think that's a little better. Because there's, of course, underneath here that we've not hit everything for. And under the backside there, there's going to be some spots that are going to... Yeah, that's a very liquidy mess. So we might have to wick some of that off and put it elsewhere. Yeah, let's see if we can sort of pull some of that away. Move it elsewhere. Yeah, because if we're not careful, we're possibly going to lose some details here. Do that. It just stems from just putting too much paint at once. Like the the meme of the one sort of poorly painted space marine. That sort of thing. We want to avoid that. We want to very much avoid that. So yeah, let's try and move some of this paint about. Let's do that. Just gonna get this cleaned up. And we can try wicking away some of this that I think maybe we accidentally did. Maybe not. Okay. All right, so I think we're definitely getting to the brighter green that we're wanting. So that is good. Just, of course, have to be careful with how much. Yeah, see, like some of this, looks like I maybe applied some of it a little thicker in spots than others. So I have to be really careful of that. Oh, that's yeah, so let's just hope I did not I mean, worst case scenario, I just, throw this into a like strip the paint off and do this again, but yeah, it's wouldn't mind we'd prefer not to have to do that. Prefer not to, but that yeah, might end up just having to bring back that gradient that we were starting to build. Oh, we're hoping to build, I should say, with like later. But, let's see here. Let's try this a bit differently here. Well, I say a bit differently. I don't think there's anything different with how I did that. That's why I may be using this brush instead, but yeah, we don't necessarily need like precision right now. We just need to make sure we don't plug details. That's the only sort of thing we have to keep a lookout for. Yeah, because oh no, that's okay. That's part of the upper part of the leg. Okay, so that's okay. I'm hoping this is These guys are turning out okay. Let's see, do we need to go... Does that look like a solid coat? Because I wouldn't mind seeing if we can try... Yeah, it's... Oof. And there's a couple pistons there, a couple pistons there. Does it look like there's still... Yeah. Okay, gonna have to be... I think we may have possibly overdid it a little on one of the legs on this guy. Did we? Yeah, because too many layers. Yeah, that's there may be a bit of a learning experience here. Okay. Because yeah, we have to, like I said, be very careful about how many layers. I think at least that, or I'm applying the paint way too thickly, which is a problem. Sorry, just checking one thing here. Yeah, there we go. Change that over to that. Okay, so can I at least do that for the moment? Let's nope. Let's see, can this this didn't just I did put a dropper in this one, yeah? Yeah, there is a dropper in there. There is. It's just pretty certain that it's threw a dropper. Like bearing in there. Pretty sure. Oh, there it is. There it is. Okay. All right. So obviously this needs a bit of mixing. Because this is kind of more in line with this, the green on, at least on the cards, I think. But how we go about that, that's going to be interesting. Because yeah, we've been building up color, but not, let's make sure that's sealed proper. There we go. So let's go about this with not this brush, but the, let's try the regiment brush. Okay, that. Put a bit of water in there. Okay, so this we kind of want to aim more towards like the top. Let's see, how did I make that too strong? Possibly. I'm gonna just add a bit more water into the mix. Kind of want more glazy than anything. Actually, the way I tried it, maybe this might have done too much here. Yeah, because ultimately, like towards the top is where we're gonna want our brighter green. That makes sense. Yeah, just try something different rather than say like heavy metal sort of edge highlighting, which could work. It's yeah. So this, let's see. Yeah, that's, oh boy, that's gonna be possibly a bit textured. Yeah. Just with the way it's already sort of drying. Okay. Mind you, this is gonna be more like in shadow, isn't it? Might be maybe not the best to have tried to brain up there. Just kind of aim. Yeah, this could either work really well or it's gonna look really crappy. We shall see. Yeah, because it's kind of more like aim it towards the upper panels or upper portions of the panels where the light is gonna hit it. So it's that's at least the idea that I'm trying to recreate here. How successful it will be, I have no idea. We shall see. This may, like I said, this may work out really well or really horribly. Because I'm assuming kind of light from like above is basically the intention here. To get that like brighter green. So we'll see how that. I'm starting to think I worried it down too much. Starting to think maybe I worried it down too much. Let's maybe introduce a bit more paint into that mix. And try, yeah, that is so splotchy. Yeah. Yeah, so I'm thinking, yeah, we went too far with the water on that. Because I sort of keep forgetting that this often dries, like the color it looks like once it's dried is very different from um what it looks like just in general. So it's let's see. Yeah, it's that'll be our most, and then a little bit that way, a little bit that way, sort of thing. Yeah, so this is where, it's definitely experimental what we're doing. I think too, like the sort of also the risk that we kind of run with a lot of this is it just looking chalky. I don't know why I get that sort of impression. We might have to like glaze in some warpstone glow or something to fix it up, but let's see. More towards the upper portions. Yeah, trying to do something a bit different here. Let's see, that in some spots it turned out better, in others maybe not so much. Yeah, because this definitely was way too watered down. You can sort of tell that it's very, like, it's very patchy. even that's very patchy. So, mm, yeah, that's that or yeah, like I said, we might have to go back to like Warpstone Glow and clean some of that up. Because we would want to put it like more if we're gonna do like towards the top. So a bit more like this. I think we'll try to follow the card art a little closer, I think. Just because there are some other like little details in there that I think would look nice, but then again, it's pretty much this light green anyways. So maybe we might have the right idea with some of the shading here, but let's see. Just need to do a little bit of a test. Because ultimately we would want it more towards the upper portions of panels, and then the underside would be darker. So like here would likely be lighter. Here likely to be lighter. Tops of these toes. I feel like we'll have to see how this goes. Yep. Looks like we need to get a bit more green. I'm not so sure I should worry too much about thinning it right now. Just because when it dries, it's gonna dry somewhat, being a layer paint. Gonna dry somewhat thinly. Yes, something sort of maybe like this. Here, maybe not. Yeah. Let's see if we can. Just trying to see if we can maybe, like I said, lighten it up. This, oh, may or may not work. I'm gonna trust the process at least for now. Once we get something closer to what we're looking for, then we'll kind of go from there. I guess here we'd be like, mostly like that. So I think I'm gonna end up painting that black. Oof. Yeah, like some of these darker patches are hmm. Yeah, it's we're focusing on the green, but yeah, it's I think I might need to either commit to this color and then highlight, maybe? And just look at, like, obviously we got some spots here that are not painted. Yeah, it's let's see. I'm just trying to sort of build up color, but yeah, it's applied too thickly. I don't know how much building up there is to do here. Or building up that it actually is doing, I should say. Hmm. Let's see. Yeah, it's outside of it looking at, obviously, like some of the other colors still kind of bleeding through. It's looking okay. At least if I was going for this brighter yellow, green, yellow green, I think. But yeah, it's yeah, we definitely watered it pretty heavily there. Might have watered it down a bit. The problem is once we do that with color like this, that's when we get the very like splotchy, patchy look, which is not really what we're after. Yeah, because usually like with heavy metal, this would be like a edge highlight as opposed to a color. So yeah, this bit of trial and error. Whether or not it's worth it building up from the lower colors, like Caliban and Warpstone. I don't know. It could be I'm overdoing it. Then again, like if some of the Warpstone does still show through, then maybe it'll work. It's just my brush control needs, or well, how I go about painting here needs to improve. Let's see. Uh, yeah, because that green, like is I think definitely what we're going for. So I think okay, so I think we might be on the right track in that respect. Not so sure how um fancy we'll get with it though. Because I think the worry, of course, would be with that is too many layers of paint. If we do that, we do risk losing details. That's not really our goal here. Although with how much paint I'm leaving behind, maybe I'm using the too. This is the regiment brush. Yeah, it's definitely painting with metallics definitely is a fair bit easier because you've got the natural reflection working for you. Oh yeah, this was the one we that was very splotchy. This one was very splotchy when we painted it because we had too much water in there. Like we'll try to keep kind of more towards the underside there, um, warpstone. Yeah, how are we gonna do like highlights and stuff on this then? If we're going this shade of green, because it is definitely a much brighter, much brighter green than like this would be like one of the higher up highlights. Because we'd almost have to go like more into the yellows. Okay. Oof. Yeah, it's very much messy paint job because you'd have to kind of get into there. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the egg racks recess shading we did kind of gone at this point. So good thing we didn't try that with everybody else. But we do sort of have like warpstone glow kind of in there for a. So you know what? Maybe this will work out. Let's see. I'm just trying to clean it up a bit here. This, of course, once it dries too, it's gonna obviously dry a bit more transparently. Hi. But yeah, we might have to like dive into like a very light yellow and then white if we're gonna do like any sort of edge highlights. Because I do like this green. It does. I think it does work for these guys. Actually, let's just maybe do that, then grab a bit more paint. Yes, Hopefully. Hopefully. Yeah, because this seems a bit more watery of a mix I just made. Yeah, because here we've kind of... It's more just trying to get like a very clean and crisp look to this. I think that is definitely something we're gonna struggle with. Let's see back here. Oh wow, back here we haven't even applied any. Because usually this sort of green's like I said, it's used as an edge highlight rather than the main color. Over here. Okay. And if we can keep sort of the Mechanicus standard gray on some of these parts, that would help us out a fair bit too. The hands are... No, the hands are not. Okay, so let's not... Except for maybe... Okay, the back of the hand, yes. But not the fidgets. So like that. Next, we haven't really done like a reset shade or anything on this yet. Okay. Yeah, because like I said, the green's gonna be... This is the toughest part, I think, for... and it's also the most common, like most prominent color. So we are... I think us focusing on this right now is the best course of action. If I can find a spot that I can apply in our color. Yeah, and so this bit here, because ideally, yeah, like this would be... You would have more moot green in that towards the top rather than anywhere else, because if we're doing like volumetric lighting. Let's see. Yeah, because this portion here was gonna be black. We'll make black, I should say. Around this is all green. This howler, I believe this one's called. See that. Oh, yeah, it's a... Yeah, it's a bit of cleanup. Yeah, well, it is starting to come along. Starting to get what we want out of this, so that's good. At least I'm pretty sure. obviously I'd have to clean up the in around the arms here. I mean, sure, we'll hit that for now. Then this section here. Because I think a lot of the color we're kind of looking for is going to be more like in the recesses. Yeah, because this would be, I guess, in like the 40K sort of terms of things, like striking green, striking scorpion sort of green, as opposed to, let's just gotta shake this up a bit more. Because I'm pretty sure we do have a mixing ball in here. It's, yeah, there we go. Trying to... Jeez. Okay. Yeah, these mixing pots of GWs are a little bit of a nuisance. Okay. There we got sort of a tip. That or we got too much paint on the brush. Let's see here. Okay, now we can still see the detail there. Yeah, just checking here. Okay, so there. Okay, yes. So it's this portion of the leg here is definitely going to be green. That upper portion, though, I think is going to be not green. Okay, looks like that. Yeah, it can be a little hard to see that green, like, sorry, what sections are green and what sections are supposed to be metal. I'm hoping in around there is correct. Although the center, actually, is the lower center on this? I'm just trying to. No, that's yeah, no, it's shade. It's in the shade, but is indeed green. Okay. Oof. Okay, then around here, and that shoulder. Let's see. Next, I'm gonna do the example on the card there where it's black for that portion. That portion there, though, is green. Oops, I accidentally got some on that part, but that's not a problem. We will be painting over that, so just have to be careful when Yeah, so a finer brush may be better there. That spot there looks like it could have done with a little bit more. I'm going to assume kind of under here. Gonna want at least some. Oof. Yeah, because there's some components around there that we haven't really hit too well. Again, around. Okay, no, that side didn't have. Okay. Didn't have like a recessed sort of like a split to it, like it does on the locust. That's the back of the foot. Back of the leg. Okay. So we're okay. I'm gonna try like blocking in some of the other colors just to see what just to get a better picture of what's going on. Which one? This is regiment, right? Yeah. Do I want the regiment one still, or I think is the character one's a little yes. Okay. Let's do this. Where is my Mechanicus standard gray? Here. Oh, I don't have yes. So one of the things I like to do with my paints is before we get too used to it. So obviously open her up. But this guy, drop it in. And the reason is so that way we can mix it up. Let's seal that up for the moment. Yeah, because I do think we need to go over some parts and just clean them up and get them back to being like at least a color that we can base. Like it would be ultimately black, but the problem with yeah, because yeah, I don't think I put a mixing bowl into this guy yet. Let's see, how did he fare? Okay, good. And given how tough it was open, I'm pretty sure we don't have one of these in. Because there's obviously portions on this thing that are going to be black. Problem with going like pure black is, of course, it's it's going to be we're gonna have some difficulty. Like we'd have to build up, like build up highlight rather than like we're going from the darkest, right? So this would be like the absolute darkest color that we make use of. Get a little bit of water in there. Okay, so on this guy, I know we spent a fair bit of time with the painting that up, but he would be painting this black. Very carefully, of course. Yeah, I think. And I know there's some spots that we probably should have hit with green beforehand here. Well, let's keep these sections. You know what? Yeah, let's keep these sections simple. Let's focus on just being plain black. So that way, if we do make a mistake, we can fix it up really quickly. Oh, shoot. like that. Accidentally got a bit of black where I didn't want it to be. Let's see, can I just wick it away? Or is that too late? We might be able to. We might be able to save it. Okay. We weren't able to save all of it. Okay. Shoot. Okay. Okay, that's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. Okay. Yeah, because that'd be black. Mechanic is gray, though, is not that much different once it's dried. And the reason why I was sort of thinking mechanic is gray is because it kind of reads closer to black without it actually being black. Because it's still gray, and then you could you know, well, we could always line this up with something like Mechanicus gray. So let's not fuss too much over that. Okay, so we want that portion black. At least this particular one. Black on here. I don't think this was at least on the box art, I don't think this portion was black on that locust, but I could do something like that. Give it a little bit more color. At least to break things up a bit. Then here. Yeah, we're gonna definitely have to do some cleanup, but looks like I missed a little bit this way. But yeah, we're gonna have to, yeah, let's see. So that along the front of this is black. We could just paint these black for now as well. Just to separate the color here. Okay. Now, of course, trying to get this get that there. Just get water in there so we get a little smoother. Okay. So around here, we'll have to figure out how we're gonna do some of that. Then, like I said, it was a bit along the front here. Then here on the cockpit glass, this portion here would be black. Oh boy. Good thing I'm doing this maybe now, and then it can fix it up with the green, but still. Actually, yeah, we can go over the actual cockpit glass as well while we're at it. We might as well. Because, yeah, we have to be, we have to be so careful. I think this part here is part of the cockpit glass too. Before it goes to the little laser it's got underneath. Yeah, we'll have to definitely clean up. Oh boy, some of this is indeed rough. Yeah, because with these guys, like certain portions are selected as black. So they're there. On the shoulders, around the cockpit glass. And then there were two yeah, so this panel here seems like it was also picked. But yeah, it's almost, yeah, that's the problem. Like knowing where that panel starts and ends is actually a little bit of a problem. On the legs there. Okay, I think, don't know how much more panel-wise we'd want to have that as black, but I think that is kind of the idea we want to go for. On this guy, their choice was pretty specifically here. Here. And, oh, okay, so that side there is, oh, I didn't even paint it. Okay, so it's only like the topmost panels and maybe this front bit here on the Howler. Okay. Yeah, we'll have to patch some of that up, but. Oh, did I somehow get black on the. No, it doesn't look like it. Okay. Let's see what our spots on on this guy. So yeah, and above the cockpit, which is like around here. Don't know if this guy gets a sunroof. There is a patch that sort of implies maybe he gets a sunroof. Uh, do, do, do. Then the cockpit glass. We'll say it goes, loops around the back a little here. We'll say. Yeah. Because that's cockpit glass there. Then there's cockpit glass there. That there's green. The little thing under there. Yeah, okay. There's some spots that are Mechanicus, well, that'll be a mechanical, I should say, not Mechanicus. But that, okay. And then, now that we figured out sort of the green, Like we're gonna block in the other colors here. So for this guy, oh, um, oh, okay. What? Ah, I see. They've done two different varieties. Okay. So since we're painting over that whole front little bit there, okay, so that, because we'll paint these two tanks differently. Because we're gonna need them to be, let's see. Oh, and, okay, so that's also part of it. I didn't apply too much paint around that, did I? I'm always worried about that. Okay. All right. Okay, so we got the idea now. Just get this guy painted up here. Yeah, because this was one of the ones we did the like Mechanicus Gray kind of did sort of read as black there, but I think we do want maybe to be a little more pronounced. Okay, so yeah, and these vents were also black. Okay. On the reference image I'm looking at here. The little vents on this side, did I paint those black? Yep, I did. Good. Okay, so that these both also did black there and there. Okay. I get a little bit more of that on our palette. Get a little bit of water in there. Okay. So this bit here is black. Just do that. And this portion here, also that color. Right. Yeah, so we did do that. Awesome. Okay, so that focusing on this guy. Yeah, just oh, okay, so black over that. Black. Okay, so black over this portion as well. Okay, maybe I thinned down my black a bit too much there. Might have to do a second coat. Okay. So black over top of that. These guys here are also black in color. Did the little... Okay, I'm going to assume the little pins are over top are same color as the other bit there. Just need it to be like that. Assume it kind of wraps around to the side here. Now we generally want to be like brushing downwards, so let's actually do that. Rather than brushing upwards. Okay. Okay, so that's so far coming along, I think, at least base color wise, coming out along nicely. The other one, if we're gonna do this the in alternate color style, like it did this and this portion here and here as green. So yeah, let's well at least I guess I get get this one the bits we know will be black on them. And then we'll go back, I think, with the green and get one, it cleaned up, and two, correct the one spot that we ignored. I'll just do that. Just a little bit of water in the mix. Okay, so this one did things a bit differently, and that here is black. Yeah, it's maybe I made my mix a little watery here. Then here, also black. These vents are black. And this upper portion here, yeah, including this these vents here. So that top portion here was black as well over the cockpit. How I'm gonna even like paint that is gonna be insane. Okay, so that front of these vents are also black. Oop. I think we need to tap the hatch. Okay. Man. Looks a little rough there. That right, and yeah, so the manhole cover is still gonna be green. Okay, but this section be painted black. Similarly, just gonna tap that over to their side. This section here is painted black. All right, and I'm gonna just assume this little back nubbin thing is gonna be black too. Oh, I'm gonna have to fix up some spots, of course. Yeah, maybe I should have done more of this earlier. Okay. So, boom, boom, boom. Oh, right. It's also got the little triangle cones as black. So these areas here. Yeah, so we'll do that. all these little black like accidental little nicks in that might be able to pass them off as battle damage. Actually, now that I think about it, these little nicks here and there. I think with this though, this portion here pretty much is like this. Just guesstimating the shape. As I'm not like anyone's gonna be looking under there. I think the only we haven't done the this part. Oops. Oh, try to clean up, at least get that painted around there. Get this painted around here. These top little bits I think we'll want. Jeez. Yeah, the tip on this brush is definitely a little troubled. Okay. All right. I think that's okay. So we are definitely getting there. Okay, good. Good. Like I said, how we're gonna do like highlighting or like I guess maybe more accurately shading on some of these is gonna be another story, but yeah, because this section here, we believe I did hit that with whatchamacallit? Caliban. So let's get back to our Warp Stone Globe, which a really good portion of is grab two as that slowly oozes oozes back down. A little bit of water. Because we want to paint up this section here with our brighter green, but first off, I kind of want to get this green just so we have the same base. Oh, I did not do the vents on that side in black. Yeah, so this... Oop. Of course. Alright. Yeah, we're in this for the long haul. That, just get that blocked in. And we'll just make sure that this portion here is blocked in as well. And we'll yeah, paint that up again, and then we'll put the moot green over it. Okay. Fixing our mistakes. Yeah, right. Then there is the machinery side of things. That's Dawnstone. I was thinking Mechanicus Gray for that. Yeah, I mean Stormfur, that's more browns. These are more browns. And stratum, yeah, because I was thinking almost Dawnstone and then stratum, I believe, before like white. And the reason is I think this would do well for like a dark color, and then we could lighten it up. So let's do that. Because we can at least do the guns, the hands, the legs. We can, assuming we haven't already done it in our priming. But even then, like with a primed color, like you still want to go over it with the actual color. Because the finish may not be the same, like if you make a mistake. So even if like that. Okay, hopefully that. Oh, the art has those in green actually. Ah, okay, I didn't realize that. Okay, we didn't need to do the. All right, so we'll refrain from doing that one. We apparently just need to paint that one up as green. Locust. So portion of their legs, particularly these spindly bits, are gray. Let's see. Just trying to get a good angle. Good angle that I can see what I'm painting. Because yeah, some of this is not I'm sure I'm still going to miss a spot or two, but I just want to make the effort to hit all the spots. Okay, so that looks like I got the legs. Unless that larger part is okay. And then the cannon side of things, it looks like yeah, like it differs like that. On this art, it looks like it's all gray. On the box art, it looks like it's all green. Yes. Yeah, instead we had a bit of black there instead of on the shoulders. A bit of black on the yeah. Black on those panels to the side of it. Of course. Yeah, because this area here could be black. Up there, black. With that. Yeah, we've kind of committed to this path. Kind of already committed. Looks like even this guy's got that there. Yeah, but then again, this being black would be so much easier for us to do like freehand. Rather than there, I think. Oh, because the danger, of course, with painting in black, we have to build it all the way back up. So I think we've leave that as is, and we'll paint this up as gray. Yeah, we're making some executive decisions here. I know my an original goal was to set out to paint it like the box art, but It's not necessarily consistent here, which is what color. I do think we need more gray, like more color separation. So I think this will work. We could still paint like these side panels black if we really want, because it looks like that was like more like up and around. But okay, because there's that. Those panels at yeah, because the legs are all green. Okay. Okay, so that's actually not bad for our use of gray. We can build up from that color. This guy, we definitely want the fidgets to be gray. Oh, jeez. Think we didn't pull enough enough gray here. All right, let's get a bit more onto our palette. Yeah, I'm using oof, maybe overdid that slightly. Let's just do that just so we can get the paint out of the ferrule. This, a little bit of water in there. All right. Then work on this guy's hands. Or double digits. Oh, no, sorry, 3. He's got 3. He's got a thumb and 2 fingers. Yeah, so I think yeah, that's probably that. Yeah, that's good. Oh, I didn't quite. Okay, I didn't quite paint up. Or his that particular back plate for the hand would be. Oop. Yeah, we definitely want to get into there. Okay. So we've rebase coated his okay, we haven't quite succeeded in base coating the hands yet. Because we gotta find jeez. Find all the spots that we missed. There. And then this shoulder bit needs to be base coated as gray. So it's a little shoulder ball joint. Okay. We'll brighten up the gray as we paint it up later, but this is kind of like the either the mid tone or the or darkest tone. Over this way. Okay. And these grills would likely be... I mean, they got black in there, so that's not... Okay. Now to take a look at the legs. Because there is a portion. So it seems to be like above, like around here. Okay. Gonna assume like that. Man, this is okay. This is a bit finer detail. And of course, I did accidentally go over one spot. I don't think I should have. Yeah, like right in there. So kind of like in around that as well. We're gonna have to fix that up, of course. And here, yeah. So this, yeah, we did this piece here in the gray. Get a little bit of it in there. Shoot. Try to see if we could get it around there, but I'm gonna have to fix up that spot. Well, hey, we're making progress. We're making progress. It's not the easiest spots to reach on this guy. And then I'm assuming kind of like in between here, we're gonna want that. And I'm gonna have to fix up obviously the green. But let's try to get some of that gray kind of in there. We'll have to fix up the green around it, but this we already got as Mechanica Standard Gray. That we already got as Mechanica Standard Gray. Some of the spots, jeez, some of the spots we have to fix up green-wise, but okay. I just want to check. Oh, okay. So they did. Okay, so black. Okay, so there's a couple other spots that they did black on this particular guy. That's all green, except for like one. Yeah, the band mechanism in here. You know, we're just. I'm gonna avoid using metallics for these guys, just because I just want to try something a little different. But yeah, we'll okay, so that spot we can't really get at. Right here though we can. I think that seems to be appears to me to be metallic. And now we just clean up the rest. Okay. Yeah. Fair bit cleanup though with the green. That is very very apparent. Okay, so this yeah, and we did paint, I think it was this guy we painted up with the gray. Yeah, so do we keep that as gray or do we change that to green? Because we change that to green, we're gonna have to do more warpstone glow, which I know we're jumping around a lot. a lot. On the locust, obviously we got multiple areas of green, green to clean up, like around here. Like I would like to try to get a gradient going, but I'm That might be a little beyond my skill currently. Might be. Let's see. Yeah, I haven't even touched these guys yet. once we get this figured out. Um okay. Yeah, I think the character brush is still probably our best choice right now. Get a bit more green on our palette there. Get a little bit of water in the mix. Okay, because we do want to get this portion here green. Now that we've cleaned that up. This will dry a bit later than what it shows here, so I do. Oh, of course. At least that's easy to fix. Easy to fix, but well, knowing that we need to fix it. Get some of this back. I do want to sort of clean up some of the overreach that we kind of did here. There. Pull that to clean. Get that painted up. Oop, sorry, just yeah, a lot of back and forth. Oh yeah, and this hatch, which we did go over with black. So it's gonna be interesting to see how well Moot Green covers. Because it might not. Oh, and back here we kind of missed. It's a somewhat smaller brush here. Okay. That. Oh, yeah, the side and nose here. Brush. Hey! We proved table game. Yes. Yep. Yes, it is. Yeah, it's a bit a painting project I kind of picked up a couple months ago that I've only just recently started. So it's there might be some struggle ahead with at least trying to get the colors we want going here. But yeah, it's trying to get at least some of these ready for a an Aces campaign game that me and my friends will be doing on Friday. So it's so we're aiming to hash this out. Just try to get that. Now I've made some mistakes along the way already. I'm hoping I didn't just overdo. Mind you, that's under the turret, so it's not terrible. But I've overdid it, but let's see. Yeah, because that is something I do worry. That is something I do worry about, is like overdoing it on the paint here. Let's see, can I just get some there? Easy enough to fix. Like I said, it's just, it is a bit of a pain. Try to get some of the patchier spots here cleaned up. We do need to clean up a little around here. Oh, okay. I think it went slightly over on a spot that I didn't want to go over, but oh well. On the side here, and where this turret, yeah, the turret is kind of there. We'll just kind of get the paint in under there. Yeah, because trying to do the gradient sort of idea, but might have wasn't quite wasn't quite working out. So we're going more brighter green here. Maybe we'll try the gradient, but we'll see. We'll see. I was hoping to try to do like a darker than to lighter, but these guys so far, although I will admit the tanks in spots do look a little like they need a little bit of work. Especially like around like here. I am using a finer brush. That could be part of it. But and this moot green is also a somewhat thin paint too. So like we do see some of our previous green shining through. So it's not a wasn't a complete wash building up the green, but okay. Okay. I still want to be using this brush or maybe something a little larger. Because this one here is regiment, right? That work for the spots that we haven't gone moot green on this guy. Let's maybe do this first. We get a bit more paint on our palette. That. This, just get a little bit of water in the mix. Just so so it's a little thinner, and we'll just try and very carefully work our way around this leg. Yeah, so we're trying to get this sort of paint like on like applied smoothly is definitely a definitely is a new challenge for me. I mean that's should try to hit the side of this guy like that. That get around on those. Yeah, so we're definitely going very bright green Jade Falcon Epsilon Galaxy here. So it's that might be a hair of some kind that see in there. Oh, let's just rotate this around here. That's all right. Let's see. Can work a little bit on building up. Yeah, because there are definitely spots here that we've missed in previous passes. Especially on this side, yeah. Yeah, something to tell. Might not end up with the most perfect looking Jade Falcons, but they'll be recognizable enough. That's I think we'll be. It's gonna work out. Yeah, in this inner side of the leg, we didn't really do. The little piston things here. Uncertain that if those are supposed to be the green or the metallic, but then again, I think there's a lot of that's being left up to interpretation with the painting of these guys. Yeah, because I want to do sort of like the panel there. Probably have to do a second coat of black on that. And then here, yeah, it's then the underside. I haven't done a whole lot under here. But some of it, I think we do want to do. I was trying to be careful not to do too heavy-handed with our paint. This portion here. Yeah, because these did I just completely miss that spot? Possibly. Okay, that. Actually, was I wanting to make that what? No, we'll keep that green. We'll keep that green. Yes, and we do have to fix up that little spot that we accidentally did. And over top of this, which over top of the little guy's canopy, clean up around here. But that said, like we did have gotten at least a good amount of the warpstone glow in the recesses. So we have gotten at least a little bit of something going on there. Oh. I try to avoid hitting the spots that we just recently painted black. Again, under this side, we can clean that up. Over here. Let's see. Just get around the legs there. Especially the spots that we may have missed. Okay. Oh, yeah, we missed a bit on this leg. Okay, we missed a fair bit on this foot. All right. All right. Let's see. Do I got more here? Yeah. Although it is pretty dry. And now that's way too watery. Of course. Of course we made it a little too watery. So we'll grab a bit more paint. Get it in there. Let's try to get... especially around the feet here that we haven't quite gotten. Let's see if we can that. Oop. Okay. Let's try to get, like I said, some of the spots that we missed, although it almost works almost works as shading. So on the other stuff, if we miss a spot. So that's actually not bad. So we might have vaguely accomplished what we were looking for. Just a little bit there. Fit in that arm socket there. Okay. Okay, so this we're getting... oh, okay, so there's obviously some spots I missed on this guy, so let's fix that up. So I missed a little bit around here. And... oh yeah, we did miss a little bit on the fist up here. I might yeah, do I want to paint the back of the hands black? Because that's kind of what they did there. Oh, yes, and the side part. Yes, I completely missed here. Completely missed here because I thought this was gonna be all black when it's not really. And then underneath we'll just paint a bit in a bit more of the green. Or the green, I should say. Top of this leg we kind of missed. But yeah, not gonna lie, there are times where like this has really felt quite very rough, but it is starting to come together. So that's... I'm happy for that. I didn't goof up anywhere on those. No. Yeah, in around this arm area is tricky. Okay, that. Yeah, that's a bit of oh yeah, right. Around this part of the leg, we kind of goofed up. Actually, probably should not. Should maybe avoid trying to put more paint in that in those recesses. Like if we got the darker green in there, that's That's kind of what we're aiming for. Yeah, that spot there didn't turn out very good, so we'll just clean that up. Oh yeah, the foot here. Okay. And then in around the cockpit glass here, we'll throw in a bit more of that green. Let's see, can I think that's made it super watery and runny, didn't I? Might have. Yeah, that's definitely yeah, that's definitely very watery. Okay, do that. Clean that up. We'll wick some of that away. Okay. We'll have to figure out what we're doing for the cockpit glass on these guys. But okay. So for where we've gotten, I mean, they're not like super fancy in their detailing yet, but they're getting there. I think there is obviously some spots that we might need to clean up a little nicer. But that's that is closer to what we want. So that is good. um yeah, we're picking out what spots we want black, what like how to get to the green that we want. That's that is a challenge. That is genuinely a challenge. And I think on the bigger guys, like some of the layering might become more prominent. These little guys, maybe not so much. Oh, geez, I every time I look at these guys, it's looks like I got a little bit some spots I haven't actually hit. Oh, this is the regiment. Let's not use the regiment for what we're about to do because that's more finer detail work. We'll grab the character one here. Okay. Yeah, because I kind of missed in around here. Like that's gonna be glass. That's glass as well. And just paint in like along the bottom of this. Could even see if we can get this brighter towards the top. Apply another layer to bring in a little bit more color to that. And maybe along here. On this cylinder. Yeah, that spot maybe less so, but in some of these spots too, we only done one coat, so should clean that up a bit where we can. Let's see. I get some paint in there because we got paint in there. Good. Okay. Now, do we try to get anyone else? Because, like I said, the main goal was to try to get all these guys the green painted up, but this is yeah, 10 o'clock. You know what? We should try. But oops, jeez. Because this little guy, yeah, there are some spots I've missed, but they almost do look like shadows, so that's quite fortunate. Yeah, because yeah, jeez, they are very bright green, very bright green. Right, there's these cannons that we kind of weren't sure what to paint. So I think let's paint it based off the art. So that would be, or at least the cards here, which is green. So we'll want to get our yeah, we'll use the regiment. Warpstone glow. Bit of water mixed in. Yeah, so these guys are gonna become the same. Let's try and get a tip there, shall we? Yeah, because if we paint this up at least to this green, it would have been ideal to have known, you know, how we're gonna. Oops. A little bit of paint's not gonna cause problem, but let's see if I can get it under, thread the needle under there. And even if we don't really apply much in the way of green there, I think that'll be fine. Just being careful not to goof up the texturing there. Well, try to keep it smooth. I go over the spot once, or at least try to go over the spot once. I think is the might be the trick there. Okay. Let those dry. Do we want to try? Because by the time that's done, we'll have we'll be able to do the other green steps. So let's who here's let's maybe try getting since we know what we're getting at with the warpstone glow. This guy. Yes, I got like a bigger like dry brush, but I don't think we really need that here. So that bit of water, just thin it down a little. Okay, so this, yes, actually, we got the, well, I got the card kind of at the rate for the rifleman. So let's pick on him instead. Okay, so for this guy, yes, feats. All right. We'll try to do a cleaner job on this guy. than we did with the smaller. Okay, so the way this guy's leg looks is kind of like this. Oh, over there. Very much avoiding the knee. Over top here. Yeah. Um, yeah, again, kind of painting around there. Back here, that I think seems part of that. Can assume that that's metal. So we'll paint around that. We'll try to get the riflemen also painted green-wise up, at least tonight. Because, yeah, it's do want to sort of see how this will turn out. Oop, right, the toes. Yeah, the painting this green is the longest step. It's the longest step for at least this particular process. So it's at least from what I've been reading and that, and well, I mean today too. Like that's why I've like painted on a couple of patches of black and trying to see if we could do a bit of recess shading, which really didn't work out. We're very much trying to work our way up here. Okay, that this inner portion of the leg we didn't really do. This portion of the leg here. Yeah, so that torso portion's green. Above it is probably metal. The top fin things, we'll do those as black. Yeah, looks like the bulk of their weapons are in green as well. Okay. All right. We're probably gonna have to do 2 coats of this green. For this. Yes. So this barrel is in green. The underslung, no, but casing around this is. They did. Okay, so there's that piece that's in green, and then this other bit not. Okay. So one outer bit isn't. Okay, that in there. The chin here is going to be in the green. I say chin, but it's basically just the bottom half of the cockpit. um, yeah, it's just did I get a closer look? Yeah, because all right, so it's green in there, and it kind of implies that it's like black underneath. Okay, so this here is green. We haven't done the green on this arm yet. Okay, and there's a whole bunch of vents and stuff at the back. Uh, that. And there's this that's green. Down there. The bulk of this is gonna be green. So we're gonna paint that. Under here is, yeah, that's gonna be very, very difficult to reach with a brush. Yeah, kind of suspect as much. Okay. Yeah, so perhaps I should have done a this rifleman as a in sub-assemblies with the little fins on top there separate, because those were separate for the option to have them either as just with or without them. Oh well, we are living with those choices now. Very much living with those choices. Okay, we'll just paint under there. Try to get a brush in there, but we're gonna struggle a bit, that's for sure. That like underneath, just in case we missed any spot of the casing. We'll just do a spot that's so I think that is going to be just a quick look at that. Okay, so that's gray. Can't see the vents underneath on that. On the Scaring Sands box. Okay, so there may be some green, but it's also okay. Looks like we might have a little bit more green to do in there. Anyways, okay, so like the front is gonna be metal, so that's bulk of this is gonna be metal as well. I'm not sure. There might be some parts that are green, so we'll just kind of paint in there. That I think is like back of the knee, so I don't think that's gonna be our green color. Okay. Yeah, it's oh, we got definitely a long ways to go here. Long ways. Because yeah, I want to do at least a second coat of the green there. We can go back to the moot on these guys, these two tanks, get that all painted up. We'll just do that, get a little bit of water there. So you want, we'll grab another bit of paint too, just in case. Because we want to run enough off the brush, but still catch what we want. Okay, that's one. We'll probably have to do a second coat, but we can fix up a little bit of spots here or there. Even like up around here, we can fix up. And there that we've. Nope. Okay. Yeah, we do need it. There's a spot that we didn't do in black over there, so probably want to get that fixed too. Is that okay? Because usually, like with batch painting, like you can do a fair bit before that other coat finishes. So let's grab our Abaddon Black again, because there is a couple spots I did miss here and here. So, did I miss a spot or two there? Might have. Not 100% sure. Yeah, we definitely missed the vents here. We're gonna have to. Yeah, I'm hoping. Yeah, they're still there. There's a little bit of spill over there. And this is sort of the same with like painting too, right? Like we're gonna be going back and forth, kind of gradually cleaning up the mistakes, and that can be a tedious process. But in the end, it does work really well. Yeah, my brush control, though, could do with a bit of work. Okay. So, this guy, I believe, should be pretty much dry. So we'll get a second Warpstone Glow cover on them, or layer. Get a little bit of water in there. Okay. And yeah, let's just touch up, well, strengthen our color here. Although could just like, the problem is, like, it does look rather patchy. Like, if it didn't look patchy, then maybe we could have just focused higher up. But it's let's see. Let's see that. Some stuff over there. Can get more paint like that around there. Here. I know I'm covering over the cockpit glass at this point, but it's we'll be probably rebasing it anyways. Find the new base, well, the orange, well, I guess, do we go more red or more orange? I guess that is another question. Because yeah, it's to get the brighter orange, I'd have to believe start with brown and then work my way up to the orange for the glass. Oop. Okay. Now, here. Get that all painted up. And there's some rifles that we're trying to avoid putting paint on at the moment. It's trying to get like in to spots like in between the arms, and that's there's definitely a skill in that. Short, well, I guess one way you could do is just rip the thing arms off and like I said, paint in sub assemblies. That could be one way. Oh dear. That's of course under our light. Okay. Almost got this area all painted up. A little bit there that we've missed. A little bit here that we missed. And we'll okay. Yeah, it's of course now it's kind of got me thinking how I can bring more like of a pop to the details here. Like we could do non-oil. Like non-oil could work. It'd be mainly to get in like the recesses there. It'd be basically like a black lining. It's yeah, this there are a couple spots we want black, so let's switch gears to that. Because with this guy, it's these things. Then it's like the knees. There's like a part at the side. Yeah, it would be this. But then again, yeah, it's at the same time. I don't necessarily think that's a smart idea right now to try and paint like the black on to spots. Okay, little rough. So like from 6 feet away, it's probably looks really good. Short of maybe adding some highlights, but yeah, it's it up close. It does look pretty rough at the moment. I mean, coat seems fairly smooth. And having that sort of darker green on the underside is not terrible. But of course, Warpstone Glow being the darker green. Um, yeah. So that is indeed a thing. Yeah, because here what we could do to line this up would be Administratum, or like Eshinden. Yeah, I think it was or Dawnstone, or was it I was thinking with that's Caliban, that's our greens. Uh where's our Eshin? Yeah. Because I was thinking. Oh, make sure that's sealed. Make sure that's sealed fully, because otherwise that could be a problem. Because we could do Eshin Gray, assuming it's not darker. Yeah, it's kind of like this, Dawnstone, then Administratum. For sort of layering, like kind of put Dawnstone and then the Administratum as just like a line highlight, thin line highlight along the top of the barrel, for example. Circle, since this is a sphere, it's probably, you know, ranging circular highlights there. Yeah, it's just want to see at least Is this dried? Okay. Because I think I want to try getting the green built up on him and see how that looks. And I think after that we'll probably have to we'll probably have to call it. I think we got the right uh, path here with the green. Like we could do like more like I said, layered as we get towards the top sort of thing. Like down here be like a singular layer and then two like two layers sort of thing, just to like when building up color. So I haven't overdone it here. That, or I could apply a glaze of warpstone. Hoping that's yeah, we do have to be a little careful. Where we apply our paint. Because around here, do this along the top. Okay, that. A bit there. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to clean up, like patch up some spots there. But okay, that. Clean that. Or get that sort of in there. Over here. Nope. Let's see. That's probably gonna need a little bit more moot green on our palette. Yes, the yeah, I kind of want to put a little bit of water in there just to make it flow a little better. Hopefully we don't over do it on the color. Let's see that. Do that over here. We might be able to get away with the darker green, like in the recess there. At least a little bit. Might be able to, come on. Okay. Get that lightened up. Do, do, do. And we're just trying to kind of get in between. In between. There. And now let's hope I didn't overdo things with the moot green there. Don't think I did. Oh, a little bit there, a little bit there. Okay. A little bit here. Missed a little bit there on the knee. Oh. Okay. That's just one okay. I still see some spots that need a bit more moot green along the top here. There, there, there. Oh, there. And then we can do solid black. Just down some spots here and here still. Okay. All right. All right. I think I mean we do get a little bit of shading with like I think maybe like a glaze possibly of like the warpstone glow just to bring like towards the bottom of things. Maybe that could get us a bit more like a little less um almost cartoonish bright, but oh that's that portion is probably gonna be painted black, isn't it? Yeah, probably. Okay, well. Okay. Right, so let's paint some of those portions. Those portions I want black on the rifleman black. So that's, let's see. Oh, okay, that portion. Okay. So there is actually some spots that should have been green up here as well. Here and here, as well as looks like here and here. Okay, well, we're not quite done then. Lovely. All right. Probably don't need the larger brush for this though. Regiment probably is big enough. What we'll do is we'll get these blocked in. Won't worry too much. Yeah, I guess we can. Oh no. Not good. Not good. Not good. Oh, I tried to wick tried to wick it away. Um, yeah, let's see how much of that we actually saved. That, and then tap it with this one to wick it away. Oh, wick it away over there. Okay. That, okay. We had moderate success. Yeah, the glass got painted a little bit, but we're gonna be repainting that anyways, so I'm not too worried. But yeah, if we go here, and then here, we'll get that painted up to a brighter color, and then yeah, like on the underside here, that's gonna be just gonna coat that with the green underneath. That way, hopefully, hopefully, um, won't run into a problem with that. And got a couple spots here that we want in black, which is what I was going to do before I learned learned that that needs to be a couple spots on there need to be green, at least for the reference I'm looking at. Okay, we'll grab our Abaddon black. Get some water in the mix. All right. Because we were wanting to get spots like this in black. That. And underneath here. Okay, so we'll block this portion in as black. Oh, make sure we're under the light here. I'm hoping I didn't overdo it on the paint there. Okay. Okay. And these here are apparently in black. I'm gonna assume that this portion here will be in black as well. I think Hopefully these guys turn out good. It's just when they're in such a like a work in progress state, it is a little can be a little hard to see that. Okay, so that because there's yeah, just look at that reference. You know what? I'm not gonna worry about that portion being black. Yeah, let's see here. There may because there's a oh, like that top portion there did it in black too. Okay. So here they did in black. These scopes. Oh. Okay. Yeah, because I wonder if maybe I did the moot green a little heavy. I would sort of expected it to take two coats that cover this well. It's entirely possible I may have overdone some of these. Okay. All right, so that and then these panels up top that we want in a black as well. So make sure I'm actually displaying what I'm doing here. Let's see that. Yeah, going with a can build up from this, but yeah, it's effectively it being a off like a pure black. We're not really anywhere to go but up. If we add some depth to the color, but Cactus Standard Gray could have maybe could have been a good enough starting point, but we've committed. Okay, that. Then over on that side looks pretty good. I don't know what other water spots. Oop. Like it's look at the box again. Looks like those upper like these two like little sidebar things here might also be painted black. So that a bit of paint there. That and around that. And I think the last thing we'll want to do tonight is just get the moot green on where we layered on warpstone glow, and I think that will be. Let's go smaller for that. And the reason is because of I've not been accidentally putting my fingers on the mini there. Well, it's got paint. It's just around here is a little. Okay, so around that, around that, I will have to touch that up with black. So that. Yeah, okay. We'll definitely want to call it quits after this. My guess I've been sitting around for a little while because my one leg is falling asleep here. So we'll like I said, we'll get this finished up and then we'll call it. You just try and clean that there. That seems okay. Maybe we could have put a little bit of water on our brush to help that flow a little better. I guess while we got this particular paint out, is there any spots that I did not catch? So there's a little spot here we didn't catch. A little spot here we didn't catch. A little spot here we didn't catch. There's a little spot there I goofed up on. Along here. Yeah, there's a spot like right there. A little bit of water, just reactivate some of the paint here. Okay. Yeah, I feel in some spots maybe it was a little heavy on paint. Usually I have the opposite problem. Usually it's too thin. Okay. And around here. Yeah, so a little bit on this leg. I didn't get caught. Oop. Okay, that's all internal mechanical. That. Okay. And then here. Yeah, maybe I was a little. Maybe that was a bit thick, paint-wise. I mean, okay, let's apply a little bit of water here. I'm just gonna try and like thin that down a little bit. That. Yeah, I just feel like I maybe applied a bit too much there. Because there's a couple of vents in the. Oh, jeez. Okay, I think I might have. Okay, yeah. So I mean that. Okay, that's okay. And we do see the details. Okay, that's. Feel like maybe I need to be thinning my paints a bit more though. Just because problem is if I thin them too much, of course, we have like it dries on patchy, right? Which we don't want. So it's so it is a bit of a challenge here. Okay. All right. I think there will have to be a part 2 with at least getting these guys painted up, but I think we should. I think I do need to call it quits for the night. So for those that stop by tonight on this otherwise unusual live stream, because usually well, at least for the past little while I've been streaming Fridays and Saturdays. So yeah, just a random live stream on Tuesday is a bit unusual. Anyways, so as for when I'll be next streaming, it will be most likely Saturday. There won't be a stream on Friday for sure. I don't know with how much I'll be working on these guys over the next little while, whether or not I'll be doing more more impromptu streams like this. But hey, we'll I'll figure that out when well when the time comes. But with that, everyone, until next time, take care and safe travels.